All right, just getting started. All right, getting started for the day. It's Atonuv Open Studio. If you've got stuff that you've been working on and would like some fresh perspective, you can feel free to send it in anytime. Christian, what's up? I know you sent something at the end a couple of days ago. I can totally pull that up. Cool, right on. I saw it's deleted on Dropbox, so you wiped it from the record. Yeah, 4Z, this is a track from Kaido, who sends stuff in pretty regularly. So they usually show up a little bit later. You could ask them how they made it. Right on. It's a good sounding piano. All right. Let's do a little fuzz violin. I see it's been popped in. One second. That is what that button does. Hope everyone's doing good, having a fun Thursday. And the emote got approved. The atonuv Guinness is now rolling in chat. Favorite instrument? I don't know. That's such a hard question because I really do like same thing when people ask like what is my favorite genre. I really like all of them. I like all the instruments. They each have their place in the mix and their own special flavors. It's fun to see like what can come out of them. So no bold opinions there. And 4. Sweet spot as far as loudness. Like pretty loud, but with a good amount of inner sample dynamic range. So from hit to hit, from moment to moment, we're getting um, we are getting things coming uh, from lower volumes. Basically, it makes things sound more exciting. It makes it more engaging, and it also leads to um, uh, less issues on playback on various systems. So, like from a technical point of view, it's nice, but also just sonically, when we've got it lined up so that like our low end isn't just constantly flooded, and we're getting some nice pump and some good like snap from and it's not even like when I say dynamics, it's like I'm not even concerned about like, oh, well, here's this soft section and then there's this loud section. Like, uh, in many ways, that's played out as far as modern mixes. They're basically just loud from beginning to end. We kind of don't have loud, soft, loud anymore, and sometimes that's cool. And it's great when people decide to do that artistically. But as far as just dialing in loudness, it's all about the like hit to hit, beat to beat dynamic range at this point, and it's just about not pinning your mix and uh, allowing the microdynamics to still exist. And then as long as that's respected, then it could be like absolutely crushed as far as your LUFS or your RMS, et cetera, however you want to measure it. The thing that is absolutely at the top of my priority is inner sample dynamics.
I look at the window and I feel.
And as usual, if you've got a track that you've been working on, feel free to send it to my email, atonuv@gmail.com. And while we wait, we'll just kind of put on some background music, see what happens, hang out.
Yesterday I woke up wasting time, and your eyes flicker in my heart, and we've invented a new kind of love. Yesterday I woke up wasting time, and your eyes flicker in my heart, and we've invented a new kind of love. 'Cause you can open doors with your eyes shut.
Sweet. Yeah, send it on in.
Open doors with your eyes shut. Don't you realize you are one of a kind? Don't you realize you are one of a kind? With your eyes shut, don't you realize you are one of a kind?
Yeah, Machine Go Boom is a cool, really, really great energy. They're from like Cleveland from like quite a while ago, like 15 years ago. But very, very high energy stuff.
Just move through the world in stampeding tunnel vision towards what you desire more.
Yeah, I tried to, put in some gems. There's some safe stuff on that playlist, first playlist. Tomorrow I'll put up another one, and I do want to hide some, some pretty, undercover, underground stuff in there.
So be okay alone. Know that what you do is brilliant. Know that your hands can shape the mold. They can try, but they'll never live your
What's up, fourth? Guinness is in chat. Guinness is on screen. Alright, Z, I've got your track downloading.
And I'm on some
All right, first track of the day. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, acoustics is no joke. Well, that's really cool. Um, just a couple of things. So, first off, you were asking like ideal loudness, and what you've got is like I was talking about, like the inner sample dynamics. That's like very dialed in here. Very, good stuff. Um, how you are achieving that is by clipping by about 3.5 dB, and basically, like, don't do it. You gotta pull this back in to under 0 with a true peak limiter, and then probably back off the final uh, uh the final squash, back off like 2 clicks to probably retain that same dynamic range. Probably, but it would have to all be adjusted. But yeah, you're clipping by 3 dB. Basically, it's not as clean as it could be, and like on any sort of, I mean, like first things first, I'm like, it would definitely be cleaner if that was dialed in. Second off, if this got played back on a major streaming service, this would be an instant 4 dB penalty, and you wouldn't be really gaining that much from doing it. So, uh, don't do that. And then it's very, very interesting, like well mixed everywhere. The thing that I'm not in love with is this these moments with this lead synth. So very cool synth sound, but it's in these moments, it's like very exposed in the upper mids, and like, I talk about like we gotta have upper mid presence all the time. I'm always like upper mids, upper mids, upper mids. Now there is the reverse scenario where if upper mids are overrepresented, then it's harsh, or like, annoying, or any number of words. And at this point in the mix, like if that synth was happening during the very, very busy parts, it would rule and it would really cut through and it would really happen. But as of this moment, we've got like kind of that drone that happens every measure, and it kind of pushes into like the bass range, 100 to 200, but it's pretty short and it doesn't stick around. And we're also not getting any extended high end above like 4K. I mean, basically it stops at 2K on this section, and it slopes down. And by the time that we're at like 4K, 6K, we're basically getting nothing. So, like, if something is this mid rangey and for this extended period of time, it's an entire section of the piece, I would really want to give it some backup with some other sounds, and just like you gotta kind of pillow around that mid range a little bit, or else it's gonna be a little bit aggressive, a little bit piercing, and again, like it's all contextual. Mixes are always contextual, so like this sound would absolutely crush during many parts of a mix, but exposed like this and exposed like this for like as long as this section is, you'll get like diminishing returns. And but then that said, like if there was a piece where we had like a big heavy mix and then a sound like that cut in, like if everything cuts out and then that sound is exposed by itself for like a bar or half a bar and just does the lead, it would be like, wow, that's incredible. It's so loud and amazing. And then we get back into the cushion of like high end and low end. And then that would rule. But as it stands, it's like pretty exposed for a pretty long amount of time. And then other than that, this mix is just like really, really well managed. So like it's clipping and like that sound needs backup. Yeah. Great. Yeah, so you're already there. So like I would maybe make it shorter. This is an artistic decision, but like audio wise, I would make, get some like ethereal reverb that you can kind of push up into the tippy top, and maybe consider getting like a little bit of your bass. You could get a little more of a droney bass thing happening in that like 100 to 200 region, and then kind of move on from there, maybe make it shorter. But very, very cool composition. Okay, right on. Yeah, that's a perfect way to take notes. If you just move forward, that's like my big like technical fixes on this. And you rework this, I think it would be a really, really cool track. Great samples, great sounds. Let's see. Yeah, super industrial. I love that vibe. just going to go grab some water and a snack. I'll be right back, y'all. Lay down. And folks, as far as things that are cool, we got Guinness emotes. That's awesome. I am figuring out reaching out to some folks who do studio stuff kind of all over the place to pop on and do like little chats and interviews on stream. I'm getting that figured out, working out details with a client to mix like an EP or maybe a couple of tracks from their EP on stream. And that will, I'm hoping that that comes through. I'd love to be able to like make that happen. So if and when that gets ironed out, then that'll probably be like kind of like an all day, like start to finish. Could generally get an EP done in like one day. So, we'll start at like noon and kind of go through the process. It's a folk EP, so but there's a lot going on in there. There's guitar, vocals, like some hand percussion, fiddle here and there. It should be a cool thing to do. And like I've been saying, Magoo did their whole album, and they will be releasing singles for the first few months of 2021, and then they'll drop the album like near the end of summer probably. And when they start releasing stuff, they'll come on stream and we'll talk about the whole process and go through their tracks and kind of blow up the sessions and everything. And then, as far as getting that down in a calendar, that's dependent on some album art coming through. So they're waiting on that a little bit. That's the stuff. Let's go ahead and put on some music so that it's not just totally me looking at my inbox.
I've been real fine. Don't you ask me for no dime.
Yeah, it's per track. Generally, it's 200 a track. Uh, Average time. I don't know. Giving us a buddy for the internet. Uh, I think that like if you put your mind to it, like a few years of just like regularly practicing and working with like a workflow and a template that is that's consistent, I think. Um, but then also like accepting that you have to work on it and study and stay up to date, kind of like being a doctor. Like you gotta go and like see what everyone's doing all the time, what's the most cutting edge thing out there. But as far as just getting your grips on it, few years. Okay, so can you study mixing engineering? And does it benefit you in some way compared to people without the education? Um, yeah, there are. Um, I think that the most valuable way to learn audio engineering, I think that the most valuable way to learn anything is like hands-on experience, like in the field. So if you can find an educational program that allows you to have lots and lots of like in studio time and doesn't make it a pain to like actually do stuff, then that's great. And I guess that would be my caution, is that in some like university cases, like there is not a huge emphasis on hands-on stuff. And then at the same time, there are generally opportunities to work with sound and like entry ship or entry level positions and stuff. And if you have access to that, that can be really, really useful. And then sometimes you're just getting coffee. So it's kind of like half of one, six, or a half dozen of one, six of the other situation. So it all works. But then after you get like into the field, it's like, as far as the people that you're working with regularly and gigging with, et cetera, the field of people that have like 4-year degrees or just lots of field experience and people who just practiced a whole lot, it's pretty evenly dispersed. You don't see any group having a particular edge. It's kind of like however you got to just be able to like really quickly patch something is basically where it's at once you're just like working. So like weigh your options, see what's gonna see what'll cost, you know, like are you gonna have to spend money to do the thing? What is the most available to you in your area as far as direct hands-on experience? And for anyone just joining, this is Atonuv Open Studio. We're here every single night at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you have been working on a track and would like to send it to me for some fresh perspective, you can send it to my email. It's atonuvrecords@gmail.com. It's right below my face. And there's some guidelines for sending in stuff up at top. Exciting is happening in Dog World. Hardest tracks to mix are tracks that were like, because it all starts at the source. If it's not, something that's like not clean from the beginning, or stuff like that, I guess that then you have to mix harder, and then it makes your job trickier.
When I let it all go, 'cause I was always gone. I felt like a feather, 'cause I was always gone. When the darkness is too coming in, well, I let it sleep in. We promised each other we'd meet again. We'd meet again. We'd meet again. When I let it all go, 'cause I was always gone. I felt like a feather, 'cause I was always gone. When the darkness is too coming in, well, I let it sleep in. We promised each other we'd meet again. We'd meet
And folks, if you are just joining in, this is Atonuv Open Studios. We're here every single night, 6 p.m. Eastern. If you've been working on a track and would like some fresh perspective on where your mix is at, feel free to send it to my email. It's atonuvrecords@gmail.com. There are some guidelines for sending stuff in up top.
honest.
Happy to be here. It's a solid hang. We're listening to River Spirit right now. They're an indie band from Detroit. Told me I could play their stuff on stream. Oh. Grugler, good to see ya. Loved your, I caught a couple of your songs last night. It was awesome.
From your past, rattling on it, rattling on it. Don't stray from your past.
if anyone wants to check out some solid guitar and vocal vibes, just go shoot Krugler a follow for sure. Good music is good. And if anyone has been working on a mix and would like some perspective on it, feel free to send it to atonuv@gmail.com. Until then, we're chilling, and that's basically it. And watching Guinness be adorable.
It's getting harder to act like I don't want I need. It's getting harder to fight the fear of being unseen. It's getting harder to claim agency. Wherein the aperture excludes me. It's getting harder to act like I don't want I need. Me. It's getting harder to fight the fear of being unseen. Seen. It's getting harder to claim agency. Wherein the aperture excludes me. Sometimes I feel like, what can I do but play the game? Have I wasted my time fighting the frame? Sometimes I feel like I am a fool for not feeling shame. Have I taken the time to seek out the blame? If I could slow down, put my feet on the ground for one more day, I could turn around, see it all unfold now. It'll take about another day. If I could slow down, put my feet, I just gotta take the time. haven't released, I haven't released. Haven't, can you pick up the pieces? I haven't released, I haven't released. I haven't, can you help me come and pick up the pieces? And I enjoy.
All right, so while we wait for tracks, try to, background music. There's that dead time. I'm going to put up the weekly playlist tomorrow. Is there anything I should check out to hop on it? Happy to crowdsource it a bit.
I just gotta take the time.
Cool. Oh, absolutely. Fun call. Starfucker's a solid listen. Oh yeah, I love throwing on a throwback. I'll pull up like a cool Pixies track for sure.
It's time to sleep. I'm wide awake in a daze. It's time to sleep. I'm wide awake in a daze.
I am a huge Pavement fan. Good call.
Primary color stitched into my memories. Made of friends speaking out.
Circer, what's up?
Think we're playing hide and seek. It's shaping a sound. Drum friend I find.
Shrek, what's your favorite Pavement track?
It's time to sleep. I'm wide awake in a daze. It's time to
And
sleep.
for anyone just popping in, this is a ton of Open Studio here every single day. If you are working on something and would like some fresh perspective on your mix, just send it on into my email. You're my gold, deep cut. If I had to pick one, it would be Grounded from Wowie Zowie. That's my go-to.
It's time to sleep. I'm wide awake. I'm wide awake. It's time to sleep. I'm wide awake.
Yeah, Heavy Pavement is pretty sweet.
Child's hands.
Yeah, it's the hook on Grounded. Just, it's just like two notes, but it's just so effective. And I love when music works like that. Oh, Pin Back. Love that stuff. Mellow Math. I'll totally pop it on a playlist. And for anyone just coming in, this is Atonuv Open Studio. I do this every single night starting at 6 p.m. Eastern. If you've been working on a mix and would like some fresh perspective on it, you can send it to my email. It's right there at the bottom of the screen. You can also hit !email and a robot will run you through the steps and procedures. And right now, we're figuring out I do a weekly playlist, so we're getting some suggestions of stuff to hop into that. If you can, I need a file to make it happen. Like if all you've got is SoundCloud links, you could set them to download, and I can grab that. Shrek, you got endless solid suggestions here. Yeah, Guinness is an adorable little pup for sure. Cool. Yeah, I'll totally take a listen. Gozy's theme song. Right on. So this is Summer Like the Season. I play in this band, so I can play it on stream in between stuff. No, it's all good. No, here I'm gonna put a link in chat because I am shameless. So in this group, I am mostly playing samplers, actually, and then I do a little bit of electric violin in it as well. What's up, DR? Good to see ya. All right. Let's take a listen to this track. Hey, I love that guitar work. Awesome tones, and basically, if you just hit exclamation point 30, Christian, thanks for the subscription. Right on. Yeah, hit exclamation point 30 in chat, and then there's a video that goes into this on kind of like more detail. But this is kind of like classic like FL stock 808 stuff. Basically, you've done a great job of separating kick and bass, but you've also devoted all of your low end energy to 30 to 60, that octave, which is, it's the lowest perceivable octave for sure. But the lower that we go, the less efficient it is on many playback systems. So, as far as making this translate to a wide audience, it's going to be a little bit lopsided, and the low end will be a little bit like lacking by concentrating it so low. I'm wondering what your monitor situation is like what you're listening on, and all of that. If you want to write that out in chat, we can kind of go through there. Um, and then like the kick is tuned pretty high, and it's pretty okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So KRKs are like they tend to be like a little bit hyped in like the like 100 to 200 region, and then depending on room treatment, like that will add to it. So we get like kind of a mismatch. But you're working with eights, so you do have some low end, but even then I think it's only truly efficient down to like 60, and then we get pretty steep drop off. Um And yeah, so there's that. The kick is really, really present in that like 120, 130 region. So I would also recommend uh, checking this mix in mono. And I mean, first off, there is like a pretty big degree. You've got like pretty wide guitars, and those do definitely narrow down, and that's fine. But then what we're going to see is that there's also a level issue where once this goes down to mono, it's basically just a kick. Like that's what the mix turns into, because the kick is super narrow. It's really, really hot in the mix, and so then like once we collapse that stereo information on the guitar, like that is why checking a mix in mono is useful, besides just looking for like what cancels, et cetera, which is uh like a lot of people have stuff canceling now. The example that I will use every single time, you can shout it out in chat, is Tame Impala's last two records. Like huge phase issues there in mono, like solos and stuff disappear. But it's becoming less and less of a thing, like as an industry standard. But it's good to know what's up in mono. And also, mono is super useful for balancing a mix as far as just raw levels. And once this is in mono, it's all kick. So, uh, the basically what I would do is go in on that like 808 sub thing that's happening, and I would just dial that back like quite a bit, because you're probably fighting a little bit like between kick and bass. It has like a nice separation, but it's also like you've got the kick tuned up really high, like frequency spectrum wise, and it's pretty wide. The kick is occupying a whole lot of sonic territory. It could get more focused, which would then allow like bass and other elements to breathe a little bit freer. Kicks are a static target. Basses are, they float around. So we want to have like this really nice relationship where the bass is out of the way of the kick in that one place that the kick is living, and that the kick is like pretty contained within itself, so that it's not occupying a bunch of space that the bass could be living. Like so on and so forth, and then start with it with frequency stuff, and then go into sidechain. And you want to kind of split the difference. Like if you have a moderate amount of EQ, then you just have to use a moderate amount of sidechain, and then you're not getting like overly EQ'd or overly sidechained elements down low. And yeah, once that gets addressed, and kind of like just bring all of those levels back a little bit, we're talking about like from 120 and below is where this needs some cleanup. Once that's addressed, this mix is super, super good. Guitars are really creamy. They've got plenty of edge to like dominate the mix. The snare is good. The hats are good. And then this mix is just ready to go. And then yeah, like you could drop vocals in eventually. You would have to like probably make some space for them in Guitar World, but nothing major, and it would probably just work itself out. That's basically it. Like, kick is razor thin. I don't know about meters. Like I can just like like the oh, no. I'm not saying that it's too wide. I'm saying that it's too loud. Like, yeah, your kick is super monoed, and that's kind of part of the problem. You've got like very wide guitars. It's that once we go into mono, we're hearing what's happening in the mix as far as raw levels. The kick is super hot. Not too wide. Oh yeah, I mean, I think Tame Impala has a lot of great stuff happening. I use it as the example of like how we don't have to uh how we don't have to be as concerned about phasing as far as like fitting into like an industry standard now as far as cancellation goes. Yeah, okay, so you're clipping it, it's loud in the mix. I mean, I would just say that uh it is, if you want it to be just a song where kick happens, then like you have succeeded. But as far as like sitting in on a playlist or whatever, it would be not probably the thing. And I still think that it's valuable to check mixes in mono for this reason. Like even if I mean, and the oratones are also like mid-range focused, so still useful. Yeah, and I think your guitar work is super good, and we just wouldn't want to be in a situation where that's not audible. Yeah, absolutely, anytime. Happy to listen to anything. Yeah, I mean, mid-range correlates to like a the widest variety of listening devices, absolutely. And it also correlates to like where notes are, basically. Like that's where music is. And if you dial in if you dial in your mix and your mix is focused on where music is, then it'll be a better mix. Like to be a little uh, and thanks for the follow. And yeah, I mean, like, huge dramatic bass and low end is really cool. But as far as focusing on it in the mix, it's like in many cases, it's moot because if someone has a device that can play back accurately below 60, they're using a subwoofer, and that subwoofer is turned up as much as that individual listener or that club or that engineer that runs that system. Those subs are dialed into that person's room and that environment and the amount of it that they want as a listener. If someone has taken the time to set up a sub for their listening environment. And then the fact of the matter is that uh, most tracks have a relatively flat frequency response for the last like 30 years. So when you hype low end in your mix, all you're doing is making your mix have less headroom than it could have. You're devoting a bunch of energy, like the overall, because everything's additive and so on and so forth. Um, and like you're just taking away from where things are going to be in a like in many cases it literally won't get reproduced on the system that it's going to get played on in like many scenarios. And then on the scenarios where it does happen, if all of a sudden like you're listening to a playlist of stuff that's been mixed in like a very standardized way, and all of a sudden you've got an additional 12 dB at 35 hertz, it's like it's gonna be weird. It's gonna like rattle the room and stuff. So it, it's kind of like it's like free real estate for you when you're making something. Like that region is already, if it exists in a listening environment, it's already turned up. It's already done for you. If someone wants it, not everyone likes it. Is the other thing. And then like in many, like the way that you can like make money in the music industry now is getting your stuff like playlisted on Spotify and hope that it ends up on like a Yoga Mom playlist. Okay, like to be like super duper just like clear about it. It's like that is the market. You want to just get played in the yoga studio 24/7. Yeah, I do like when I do like the cutoff, especially in electronic music, I do a little bit of a resonant bump so that that we get that feeling down there. It's usually the move. I don't do it all the time. But then that said, that resonant bump, it's like half a dB. It's like almost nothing. But it's just like, and that's the thing, like it's all about like little moves rather than like let's crank it. Um, and I again I have the world's tiniest monitor in here so that I don't have any reflections, so I can't read people's names and stuff when they first come in. Rekthin, uh, good to see you in here. Yeah, I mean you could grab a sub. It'd be cool. I mean it's good to actually know what's happening down in your mix. And it's like I'll turn on the sub like near the end of something or if I'm checking something to just to triple check. But it's like in a lot of cases if you just kind of like disregard that region, I mean, and you make sure that nobody's fighting down there, like it is free real estate. Right, your headphones. Um Totally cool. Just think of it as a place that you manage, and if you're very conservative down there, it's like usually the right call. People that have the stuff to make it happen have it oh, right on. Yeah. Uh yeah, the live stream fail thing, that was just a silly thing that happened earlier in the week, but I'm really happy that like it got a little bit of traffic because now this is like a really awesome hang. But if you are working on a mix ever and want some fresh perspective on what's going on, I'm happy to take a listen. You can send it to my email. It's a ton of records at gmail.com. You can hit exclamation point email in the chat. A robot tells you what's up. Yeah, and then outside of that, it's just kind of like chatting about audio and so on and so forth. Shrek, we haven't talked about your listening environment. You're getting incredible mixes for earbuds. I mean, they're going to be like harsh and mid-rangey and like all of that. Sometimes that's good, but uh that's awesome. We have a few people that are like running studios and stuff and they send like the early mixes and get a little like back and forth going on it. That's always awesome. Yeah. Oh, thanks for the follow, Berserker. Yeah. Checking in mono is a great way to see what's happening with levels. Like depending on your room and how the environment is dialed in, it's sometimes it's easy to let something like that get in the way. And so yeah, I would just like turn the low end down in general on this mix, and then you've got a really, really, really clean mix. But yeah, Shrek, you're doing incredible work with what you've got going. I hope someday you can dial in a monitoring environment, because it would definitely blow your game up. Yeah. Yeah. Like absolutely. That's my opinion on rockets. They boost specifically like around 100 to 200 generally. It depends on the room that you're in, and that's a whole other discussion. But the thing is that 100 to 200 is perceivable low end. That's where like that's where the actual juice is. So when we are working on a system that's hyped in that area, we will tend to focus our energy in lower regions that are less efficient because we're trying to compensate for this like weird shape that we've got going on. So we're focusing on stuff that kind of doesn't matter, and then leaving out where like the juicy base is, because it's already hyping it. So you're in this neurotic zone where you've recognized that it's hyped there. So you did some mixes that were underwhelming on low end. Now you're compensating, and now you have to dial back. Um, that is a rough situation. On top of that, what's your listening? What's your room like? Do you have any sort of treatment going on? Like how dialed in is that end of things? Right on. Okay. So, no treatment, no stands. So, on top of that, you are definitely resonating from 100 to 200. I just guarantee you that you've got huge bumps in that region. You are um, absolutely not getting the headphones can work with some compensation, for sure. But yeah, so stands are a must, and then setting those speakers up in the ideal position within the room, that's going to give you the most bang for your buck acoustically. Okay, cool. Kick your son out of the house and then fix up your make him get a job, pay some rent. And yeah, the dedicated room, that's going to be awesome. That'll change your whole thing. Stands, set them up, and then you can get away with a pretty minimal room treatment thing. Uh, when that day comes that you can do it, you can definitely come on, and I'll talk about room treatment for literally the entire night. Like, if that's what's happening, it is that level of deep, unfortunate nerd. Yeah. Put it Put it into the acoustic bank. All right. So, if anyone's working on a mix, feel free to send it in. We are also kind of figuring out some cool tracks to add to the weekly playlist. If you have any suggestions, feel free to put them in chat. I will totally look them up. That playlist comes out on Fridays, so tomorrow. And yeah, let's go ahead and just put on some background tunes. Right on. Not this EP. There's a full length that I did the mixing on, and that is unfortunately delayed until until touring is possible again. This track was actually mixed by the guy from Blue Hawaii. Yeah, I'll be as soon as the big show off I'm gonna do is I just did the full length for a rock band from Omaha called Magoo. And then we'll be doing a full mix teardown of that in about 2 weeks. Let's see. So I have been working in audio for 15 years. I didn't go to university. I apprenticed with Eric Levine, who was a Grammy-winning violinist and audio engineer. And then I went and worked in the field for forever. And did a bunch of stuff in New York, and then relocated to Detroit about 5 or 6 years ago, and basically paired up with a bunch of like production companies, wound up doing front of house at a few venues, and did like festival work and toured and just took every single audio gig out in the world. Played in a bunch of bands, and then so it's just like a combination of training and then being very hands-on in every single like band situation, then like learning from doing, winding up getting stuff going on that way. And then yeah, during the like Detroit Synux, what's up? Did a lot of front of house, and then I invested all of that in building 2 studios in Michigan, and yeah, that's what's up. And then there's always www.atonuv.com that has like before and after players and stuff. Oh, cool. We got a track from DR. Awesome. Possibly a sausage. Old track. Let's give it a listen. Cool. I wish it was longer. It's not too much of a sausage. Let's do a deep dive. So, stream policy. If you send something and it is not a sausage and there's not a line, we will go into the fractal world and dive into your mix. So, while I do this, I can't read chat, so on and so forth. But let's dive in. Okay, so basically, like, this mix is a bit scooped out. So that's going to be one of my primary things that I am looking at. Okay. So let's just start here. It's a little bit weighted towards the bottom, so I'm just gonna be a little cutty. And then getting mid-range definition from the start. And let's loop this. And that, like, you've got a hat that's a little bit unstuck at about 6K. So I am going to toss Soothe onto it and just catch that a little bit. Yeah. That helps a lot. Just even narrow. Okay, pull tech time. The bass isn't very fat. There's a little bit of fighting and kick and bass world. Kick feels a little bit like clicky. This would be best addressed in the mix, and give the kick a little bit of room to breathe in thump world. But let's fatten up the bass. Okay, and I definitely would just want to like get more separation from kick and bass in the mix, but there's a little more there. Let's broaden the very, very top. More of that sizzle and air. Kind of help out that unstuck like snap at 6K. Dial it back. Okay, and now we just need mids. And we've got a little bit of louder is better going on, but also it needs to be louder. So let's just like decide where louder is. Go with SSL. More aggressive with the soothe. Better addressed in the mix. It's like it's on the you've got like a layered thing on the snare, and I would just go in and I would like directly DS like right around 6K right on that on the instrument, best addressed in the mix. But like, let's see if we can. Yeah, this would be like too aggressive, really. It would be best. Best addressed in the mix. But still. All right, I'm back to chat. Okay, yeah, so Soothe is just like a very, very good de-esser, okay? And it's like my go-to for de-essing. It's really good on the master bus, and you can definitely get great results with it. I like it. I like the workflow, et cetera, et cetera. But it's just like a fancy de-esser. Or dynamic EQ, more like it, because it's not just focused on the S range. You can put it anywhere on the mix. You could get dynamic EQ at 200. But yeah, it's just like on the every other snare hit, you've got like this layered like snap, and it's just crazy pokey at 6K, and you would want to smooth that out in the mix. But there's a little bit that you can do in there. Yeah, Pultec is life. Oh, Pultec emote is a solid idea. Stream policy is free mastering. Okay, so it's if you send me something that is a good mix and isn't a total sausage already, you haven't limited it and you haven't crushed your mix and you've exercised like decent to good gain staging, as a treat, I will like pull it up and do moves on it. I like probably won't send you the file, okay? Now I am like one of the most affordable mastering engineers out there in the game. It's $50 a track. But also, that's not what this stream is for. It is not me hawking my wares. It's like open source audio information. So I'll show you kind of like the moves and stuff, but also to like decide how to make those moves, it's all about just like your room, your room, your room, your room, and ears. And if anyone wants to train their ears, I've got an invite for Sound Gym down at the bottom of the page, and I think Sound Gym rules. And yeah, also just like take notes and steal my moves. That's cool too. Just smashed it with a limiter. Yeah, I saw some of your early work. I would agree, but yeah. So de-essing, like, okay, so the de-essing is like the core of de-essing is Right on, man. Um, yeah, Sound Gym will help you immensely. I think it's an awesome tool. Uh, De-essing. Okay, so the core of de-essing is essing, like that is the roots of the device. So it's like a de-esser is generally uh, uh, a multi-band compressor that specifically focuses somewhere between like 5 and 8K, where S's are, because that's a problem in a mixing situation, especially if like microphone placement is like really close to the mouth, or like certain singers are just really essy. So that's the root of the de-esser. And then Soothe 2 is a good de-esser, absolutely, but it is also a full band uh uh dynamic EQ. So like incredibly targeted multi-band compression, basically, in which you set a threshold for when the signal is clamped down on, like a compressor, like a multi-band compressor, except you can set like incredibly low um uh you know bands. You can focus it down to like one frequency or like two notes, et cetera, et cetera. And I'll reach for like a dynamic EQ like way before I reach for a multi-band, in like every single situation. And I do, like, I stand by Soothe 2. I think that Soothe 2 rules. It's a solid one. Um, it's on my list of fancies that I think are good. But also there's like plenty of like regular old dynamic EQs or regular old de-essers. Um, yeah, I think it would be worth it. I think it rules. I mean, I do. I think it's like kind of a killer app. I think it does like that. There is a reason that they're using Soothe 2. It's because it is good. And it's definitely it's it's like it's just very non-aggressive. You can do like parallel stuff on it really fast, and it's quick to work with, and it does like it sounds good. They did a good job programming it. The robots are good in it. Um, I don't think that it declips. I think that if a specific frequency was like causing a clip later on in your chain, then it would. And you could like soften the mid range or the upper mids on something that's declipping. But as far as like a declip, Isotope RX is the best at like restorative audio things. And then again, not amazing for like music. It works like in a pinch, but like ideally in music world, you're just never clipping. Like just ooh, we hope it's not. Like all throughout the process from recording to mixing, and it's just like, oh boy, hope we're not clipping like throughout. So, yeah, if you need a declipper, like RX is like the hammer for that nail. um, yeah, something like Soothe would be more for if something is clipping going into something else, and then you could like dial in like where it is, um, frequency wise. Oh, No, I'm not trying to. I really hope it doesn't come across that way. I think that your song rules and stuff. Uh, and yeah, never my intention. I'm super sorry. Not my mo. Costs $15 if there are 3 tracks in a song. Um. Oh yeah. I think you're. I think it's solid. I really do. I love questions, and yeah, absolutely. My bad. I will totally. Yeah. Never. Never my intention. I try to be like the consensus has been generally like literally the chillest audio engineer on the planet. I know it's gatekeepy and like horrible within uh within the audio community. Trying to make it not not feel that way. Okay, so 3 tracks. I'm not sure what's $15. Oh yeah, positive vibes only is like literally the only rule of the stream. So it's all good. I absolutely know how hard it is to do audio stuff, and I know the like frustrations of things. Oh no, your vibes aren't bad at all. I'm just concerned if I'm accidentally doing bad vibes to you. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Right on, man. And yeah, I do I kind of like take it from a base level. I love like base level explanations. Like I've also been I started teaching violin when I was 12, and so I also teach like routinely, and doing the stream is kind of the first time that I've taken like a teaching approach to like audio. So I guess sometimes I I just I go into like Mr. Rogers mode a little bit, and I it's literally not patronizing. It's like I literally am just like a like occasionally a school teacher. What is that notification even? Whoa, gifted sub. Awesome. That was loud as heck. I got to turn my notifications down, y'all. Uh Let me do that. Might have to be after this stream. Or let's see. Okay, Streamlabs. Alert box. Oh, I haven't set. That explains it. We just got subscriptions enabled, so I did not. All right. That should be less awful now. Yeah, gifties all around. Let's see. So, Rekthon, I did not understand your question about tracks earlier. Don't want to leave you hanging. Oh, it's 50 it's 50 like a track, like a song. Uh for mastering. So like, mastering is just the mastering the mix down. Whoa, gifties all around. Super heartwarming. All right. So let's see if anyone is working on something and wants to send it in for that sweet fresh perspective. Feel free to send it in anytime. And while we wait for stuff, yep, for mastering, $50. In like my regular world of like the business that I have and that I do like outside of stream, and I try not to do like too much like wheeling and dealing on stream because it's kind of like I have this utopian vision of like, oh, I do this stream for a few hours a night, and it's just like we talk about audio, and it's um yeah, it's all good. Yeah. $50 for a gift sub. No, it was uh okay. So to catch back a while ago, uh a little bit ago in chat, uh, okay. Someone asked like what does mastering cost, and I said $50 a track. And then Rekthon heard $5 a track. Uh, and then it got uh, track is a nebulous word in music language. I think that track sounds cooler than saying song, like play your track, man, instead of like I'm going to play a song or whatever. It just sounds cooler. So I say tracks. But yeah, so it's like it's $50 a song, and then that turned into like, well, is it $5 a track if it's 3 stems or whatever? So on and so forth. And then it turned into just kind of this back and forth, and now we're here. Yeah, it's some words are like nebulous. So like song is definitely the most specific way to say it. I just don't think it sounds um I don't think it sounds as cool. And then yeah, so and then stem mastering is like entirely different than standard mastering and yeah, this is turning into wheel and deal stream. Not trying to do that. Let's look at my dog. He's cute. Now that like everyone's kind of gifting these subs around, you do have access to the very rare Guinness emote. So Guinness is in chat. Oh yeah, and Dookie, absolutely. Mastering can get expensive. 80 a song, 100 a song, and it goes up to like 200, 300. I keep my prices deliberately low because I really love working with like independent artists and stuff that is cool and exciting to me, and it's just like a nice place in the market to be doing things that I find personally engaged with, and also I can like buy food and stuff. Dog treats for that guy. Mm. Submissions are absolutely still going. Feel free to send something in. All right, Dookie, enjoy your gaming, and I will see you again. Mm-hmm. Yeah, and was it Beta Nugget? You can send it to my email. It's atonofrecords@gmail.com. You can join the Discord, post stuff on there. And you can also type in exclamation point email, and a robot will kind of guide you through stuff. Okay, right on. Great. Could you set this to download on SoundCloud? Great. Thanks. Right on. Birds go meep.
Sometimes you need to slow down to find beauty.
Cool. Have a good one. And see you around next time. Beta, thanks for the follow. This is cool. The big slowdown, solid move. All right, Beta, can you tell me about your monitor setup and your listening environment? I'll go ahead and, give you a second to write that out. As far as like the writing on this is great, the composition, the sound design, lots of stuff to like. Excellent separation from kick and bass, really letting the thump of that. Okay, HS7s, mixing headphones, no sound treatment, absolutely. So, there that does make sense. Basically, like it's translating a little bit in that direction. So, but here's the thing: your kick and bass separation is excellent. Like hats off, big ol', great stuff there. And your mid range is crazy dialed in because you're using those good old prickly HS7s, which I do recommend for people like doing stuff because they're just super, super, super forward in that area, and you've got great detail and great attention paid to where it matters. So, like, again, really awesome stuff. Where this is kind of falling apart is basically 30 to 60. You've got lots of you've basically unnecessarily blown up that region, and as a result, when the big stuff is hitting, dynamic range is crazy constricted because we've got kind of just this blob living at 30 hertz that isn't giving us that much. You're just compensating for the fact that your monitors are only true, like on the sevens, probably down to, they're probably true down to like 80, and then they start to slope, and you're going to get generally accurate down to 60, but then lower than that, you're getting a pretty steep drop off depending on the room and so on and so forth. So, it's a really normal thing. Like we're just cranking up like the very, very bottom of the spectrum to compensate for a lack of efficiency on those speakers. But the thing is that once we get away from speakers that aren't inefficient in that region, then it's just like way too much, and also we're like killing our mix in how loud it could be and how much power could be focused in other areas of the mix. Um, yeah, so it's very specifically from 30 to 60. You could, if you type in exclamation point 30, a video pops up that I talk about it a little bit. Um, your and that's just where it's kind of like it's just very resonant down there, and it's just kind of like hanging around, not doing much, and it's just getting in the way basically. So this mix, like right now, is like too compressed and too loud, but it's not. Like the actual mix in the actual audible spectrum is excellent, and you have excellent control and excellent dynamics, but you're getting bitten in the ass by something that you really can't even hear. So be a little more aggressive down there, and then also below 20 hertz, there's definitely a lot of sounds that are coming in that just have some like rumble garbage that could just definitely be cleared up. Be aggressive up to 20 and just like chop that stuff off. The more that you do in the mix, the more it'll be cleaner in the end. Um, but yeah, I mean, long story short, like a little bit of like too much info going on from 30 to 60, and then it just rules. And like amazing kick and bass separation in the areas that you can hear. And basically everywhere that you can hear your mix, you're doing an amazing job. So that's where you're at, which is that rules, and the song rules. Yeah, happy to uh, happy to do a little motivation, and yeah, we streams every single night, 6 p.m. Eastern. It's generally kind of long. Uh, Come back anytime you're working on something. It's a cool hang. All right, back to Puppy Town. Yeah, too little high end is definite. It's on the HS stuff. Like once, um, like those Yamahas are like bitey. They are harsh, and it's really easy. Um, it's kind of like opposite problems that you'll see on like a KRK setup where you are definitely compensating for high end and you're getting a lot of ear fatigue on the Yamahas, which is I've got HS8s and I switch between those and Genelecs mostly because of that ear fatigue that sets in uh on them, and sometimes I'll be a little cautious on high end stuff if I'm not catching myself. So normal problems. You are, uh, you know, well on your way of just like getting a feel for your room and your monitors, and like a little bit of acoustic treatment would definitely go a long way. Um, as far as dialing in acoustic treatment on the cheap, I should probably have just an overall demo video on this, but we don't have any tracks, so like, why not? Let's just go through it. So, let's play the hits. Uh, if you are, I'm gonna try to not rush through this, but I also say it a lot. So, uh, let me deep calming breaths. The first thing to get a The most bang for your buck as far as acoustic treatment is going to come from placing your speakers correctly. And ideal room setup is like if you're in a box or whatever, your speakers are along the short wall, and then the long walls are, uh, parallel to your ears. And speakers on stands, definitely the move. That'll get rid of some like resonance stuff. And then speakers need to be like if left speaker is 3 feet from the left wall, then right speaker needs to be 3 feet from the right wall, equidistant from the walls. Your listening position, so where your head is and your ears are, should be between 30 and 40% of the way back from the front wall. 33.3% is like the exact like sweet spot, but 30 to 40 is going to get you where you want to be. This is going to avoid a lot of room modes. You also want your speakers to not be in the dead middle of the vertical space. So, slightly below, slightly above, just not right in the middle. And then you do the equilateral triangle. So, uh, you know, 3 feet from right ear to right speaker, 3 feet from left ear to left speaker, and then left speaker to right speaker, 3 feet apart, equilateral triangle. So that right there, just setting those up and just doing the measurements and like all of that, that's going to get you a big, that'll get you, that'll move the needle really nicely in your like favored acoustic direction. And then, you play around with like angling the speakers a little bit to get the stereo field how you want. Like, okay, cool, you're already there. And, sorry to like be, I kind of have to start all the way from the beginning or else I forget stuff. So it's kind of for me too. Um, and then in many situations, like the speakers are going to be closer to your face or closer to each other than you would think, but you're working with near fields. Shrivel Skin, what's up? Good to see you. It was cool to catch you making those burps and fart drums the other night. Okay, yeah. So I'm gonna jump right into acoustic treatment world. So okay, so first off, speaker placement. Now, to get the most bang for your buck, the first move is an RFZ, a reflection free zone. So, that is from that's from your speakers to your ears. Okay, and there is the wonky world of like you can get a buddy and you can find the exact reflection point by sitting like totally still in your listening position, and then they can get a mirror, and then when you see the speaker in the mirror, you're like, that's the first reflection point. Or just do a full reflection free zone from speaker to ear and just be like, that's good. And the you can make them yourself with like some wood and some rock wool, or if you've got the hookup with like a contractor locally, Owens Corning 703 is kind of the like primo stuff, and that's what like a lot of the major, like if you peel back the fabric on a lot of major acoustic treatment, it's like that's what's in there. So, um, that, and then if you're gonna go prosumer, like buy something that'll work. About the lowest that I could recommend is the Prime Acoustic, like London room kits and stuff like that. I even have some of it just like literally laying around, but like this stuff, this is good for an RFC. Foam won't do you any good in this exact situation. It'll just catch things down to 500 and will actually make your room woofier. Um, so stuff like that, solid. And then the first move is those side walls, reflection free zone. That's going to get you some nice stuff. And then you got to like look out for like desk reflections. And that's where you're going to get bumps from like 100 to 200. But that seemed pretty good in your mix, so I bet you're going to be okay. And then after reflection free zone, then it's front wall base traps, front corners. That's your next move. And after you do that, you should be sitting in a really, really, really good place. And you can probably feel very comfortable about your room at that point. It's going to depend on the room, depend on, some other factors, but those moves, speaker placement, reflection free zone, front wall bass traps, are generally just solid, solid starting points. And then from there, it's like back corner bass traps, depending on the room, back wall diffusion if you want the room to feel a little bit more live, or if you want to mix in a dead environment, then rear wall absorption. And the windows in the back is just, you are probably okay if you can get like some heavy curtains, you know, that can uh, get you in a pretty good place. Uh, if you get the reflection free zone in front of you, and also if you're not just like absolutely cranking it, and I don't even know if you would want to absolutely crank an HS7 in all honesty, and it's set up in a near field, addressing the first reflection points and great. First reflection points and front wall base traps, that's gonna really, really get you in a good place. And then, like, sure, put some blackout curtains on those windows eventually, uh, and then a cloud. It's either gonna be like rear wall base traps or a cloud would be the move after front wall and side walls. Depends on the room, depends on the environment, depends how things are sitting there. Uh, Hanging a cloud is kind of a pain in the butt, but it's a good move. But that's yeah. Those first opening two moves are gonna put you in a really nice spot. Awesome. Happy to help. And your track, very cool stuff. I'm excited to hear what you do next. I love Derpy House IDM. So, I mean, it's a it's a respectable move. I grew up playing violin, so lots of violin. I do a little bit of like to relax. I play fingerstyle, like finger picking guitar, in my downtime, and then big into like synthesizers and sampling is like the like my secondary zone. Well, we just had a channel point request for a violin loop, so we're gonna play violin for a second. Yeah, it's a 5-string electric. So, a little outside of normal. So it's can go down into viola range. So it's MPC Live is how I'm looping it. Let's do one more. Ah, pretty violin. Let's change this up a little bit. Oh, I am a Crystal Castles fan. cool. So, channel points get you some perks. It's like a cool, silly trick, right? Yeah, there are a few electric violinists out there in the world. I am certainly one of them. Um, y'all, I miss touring. That's yeah. So for anyone who might have popped in, this is a ton of open studio. There are occasional violin jams, and also if you are working on tracks, I'm happy to take a listen and see what's going on in your mix. Yeah, Andrew Bird is awesome. I love Andrew Bird, but definitely a different vibe. Uh, though, for a solid listen, Armchair Apocrypha is the is my Andrew Bird album of choice. I think that's the best one. Violin core for real. I did but speaking of Does It Gent, I did do a little I pulled out the best like velcro-y gent tones that I could the other day, and I did a little like I made something. It's musically pretty dumb. It just goes, but I was like, how close can I get? You know? Let me find that video. Oh, right on. Yes, my YouTube, my like 10-year-old half-hearted YouTube channel that I occasionally post a jam on. I did yeah, I mean to do a little bit of the thing. But like last year, I became a sponsor artist for Second Sound. They make these like audio to MIDI converters that are really cool. Uh, and I guess I do. So like, yeah, Second Sound, it rules. It's like a cool. They make cool stuff. Oh, I saw Queen of the Damned probably when I was like a teenager. So it's been a while. 20 years ago. Seems. Ah, thanks. Beach scene. Yeah, I'll check that out. Yeah, I as far as like what I'm going for tone, like the bagpipe into Hendrix, it's that's about like how I would go for it, but it's I'm going for like constantly my reference point is Fripp. Like uh the especially aggressive high endy. It just Fripp translates into violin like pretty easily tonally and also like the lines um on the more like melodic aggressive edges of Fripp World. I remember this scene now. Robert Fripp, King Crimson, also did like that like the wailing guitar intro on like Heroes by Bowie. right. So, folks, it's a hang. It's an awesome time. We got dog cam, the occasional violin solo. If anyone is working on a mix and would like some feedback, feel free to send it in. We're gonna keep on going. I feel in the internet sphere that we're gonna get like a solid raid. I'm feeling it. I think we'll get some fresh faces. We're gonna get some folks. Let's throw those Guinnesses up in chat. Let's get those internet vibes coming on in. We're gonna get some more mixes. But I'm gonna go pee. I'll be right back, y'all. Solid vibes. Ooh, what do I mainly listen to? So, I do have I just started doing the atonuv weekly playlist, and I I just did the first one. And I think that's a pretty good like run through of just like exactly how eclectic. Because I like everything. So like here we've got like Flashbulb, which is like pretty electronica. And then also that's like uh, Ben Jordan, who has a great YouTube channel about all sorts of music stuff that I do recommend, but also makes really solid electronica jams. And then there's The Cure. I love The Cure. Disintegration is my front of house like um, check mix. Sonic Youth, a little bit of Broken Social Scene, and then there's like an obscure like indie band from Ohio called Machine Go Boom on here. Say Hi to Your Mom, like little classic like lo-fi sad boy stuff. Run on Sentence, they're buddies from Portland. Then I've got like Dillinger Escape Plan because I love super super heavy stuff. Brian Eno for the pretty. Um, McCluskey because it's fun. And then there's some MF Doom in here. Yes, absolutely. R.I.P. All right, let's background music up.
The grass crawling up my neck. Just lay back, and it feels like a sit on my medicine, and it feels like I lost my head again. If there's a shift register in my mind, it's not alive. Said the clocks are off and I'm beginning to miss the train of thought. Conversation moved off to around in my thoughts. Next is all up on the next train. Ground beneath my feet. Aware.
For anyone new to the stream, this is the camping portion. Sometimes it's a little bit of time between mixes. A little bit of a just letting it ride. This is one of those times. But I'm feeling it. I'm feeling like all of a sudden the gates are going to open. We're gonna get a thick crowd of audio engineers. I do feel like a lot of people. I feel like a lot of like. I feel like a lot of bedroom mixes, and it's just like a really common thing that happens in like places that don't have like treated acoustic space and stuff. It's just a supernatural human, like, we want low end. So it's just like, we will absolutely not cut down there, and we'll like kind of blow it up in that region. So it's like crazy normal.
Misery finds misery and snuggles closer. Maybe she's a lady that'll make you go there. Danger in the beauty of the eyes behold her. It's all I wanna do each night is hold her. Misery finds misery and snuggles closer. Maybe she's the lady that'll make you go there. Danger in the beauty of the eyes behold her. It's all I wanna do each night is hold her. Relentlessly.
So it's all dependent on the mix and the context. And like that's the thing. So I'm not going to say that there are like magic frequencies and magic right answers, and it's like if you put your stuff here every single time, then it's going to work. So 45 can work in a scenario where like we've got a bass that absolutely needs to breathe and work on every single bit of the bass. And so then we can grab like the kick fundamental down lower. But then that said, it's also like don't blow it up for that reason of like speaker efficiencies and how it will hurt you on the back end as far as the way that speakers work. Speakers are, it takes more energy for a speaker to push out energy down low. So focusing on that is sometimes a like you get diminishing returns. So 100 to 200 is a solid place to get perceived bass. It's also where things can get muddy. So it's also your mix has to be really carefully carved out, and you're giving information really carefully in that area. But that's where both the like speakers and the human ear perceive low end the strongest there. So it's concentrating on that area. And then we also have the benefit of like if we can like clear up the sub region and not have it be super busy and get like bass centered a little bit higher, then we've got like lots and lots of room for like kick drums and like the stuff that we really want to be like beefy in the sub zone. That can really happen. So yeah, 30 to 60 is incredibly powerful, but it's also incredibly easy to overdo it. Like, especially if like you're in a situation where you don't have like super accurate monitoring down there. But yeah, like over focusing on it, like the meat of your mix is the mid range, and that's where you should be like focusing your attention. And everything else just kind of like lines itself up with some carving and partitioning, and like sweetening those areas is again like it's free real estate on the back end because whatever system it's going to get played on and whatever room it's going to get played in. Because like I do like lots of front of house. I do lots of front of house for electronic music because I'm based out of Detroit. And it's like every single room in Detroit has the sub set up where you're just absolute like that's the thing. Like I'm absolutely punishing somewhere between 30 and 60 on the subs at front of house. And it's also like from room to room, I know where the subs like really, really kick given the room and given like what it's being fed. So on my EQ call ups from room to room, I've got, somewhere between 30 and 60 just absolutely like pushed so that it pushes on the dance floor. And that is and then the thing is that everyone has their room set up like this everywhere. And I've set that up on the assumption that um, there is going to be like a relatively flat frequency response being fed to me. Because that is like kind of like easy to standardize, and a lot of the people that are doing things where they're playing and like getting good gigs and stuff, they're putting out things that are relatively flat. So I can run those shows and then I don't have to touch anything. When like a group, when a group of like dubstep teenagers come and run a show, I've got to like watch my board all night because like levels are all over the place. Um, and so there's that, and then also there is the average loudness problem with speakers, especially when you're running an electronic show that's like 18 hours long or 72 hours long or whatever insane thing is happening. All speakers are rated for peak loudness, and they're also rated for average loudness and average wattage. And lower sounds take more power to reproduce, uh, so on and so forth. So what's going to happen is when you are running one of these shows, what you're trained to do is watch for mixes that are pinned and have a crushed dynamic range because they will, uh, even if they're under the peak. Cool. So beta, I'm kind of like getting into this right here because it ties in frequency response and loudness is very, very intertwined. Uh, so like same situation here. So, you're running a big electronic show, and you're running your system for days sometimes. So you need to be watching your levels, or else you're gonna blow something. And peak level, average level. So track to track, you might be playing a mix that is below kind of like the limiter, you're below the limiter or whatever. And a track comes on and it's below peak value for the speaker. It's not going to just like blow the speaker with just like pure like noise right off the bat. Sorry, I'm eating granola and it's stuck in there a little bit. So, um when the dynamic range is pinned, when it's just like moment to moment, there's no flex, that means that the average loudness, the average like energy that it's taking to move the speaker cone is absolutely going to cross the threshold for that speaker, because the average loudness peak for a speaker is well below the peak value of the speaker. So, electronic music. So also, the lower the sound, the more it's going to influence your dynamic range. So if you're pinning that on your mix and not allowing the given subwoofer to be determining where that point is and how hard it's pushed, then it's kind of like you're fighting and fighting and fighting for something that's just really as easy as like feed me mix, I make it go boom, in those situations. So loudness and EDM, yeah, absolutely. Like within the community, there is a louder is better mentality, and that's why uh, uh, SoundCloud is a thing that people share tracks on, because SoundCloud doesn't have any sort of loudness normalization. SoundCloud is one of the last places where the loudness war still exists. And if SoundCloud were to ever implement loudness normalization, like every other major streaming platform, then I think that everything would change. So, yeah, for sure. If you're on a unregulated platform, basically, you can crank your track, you can clip your track, you can crush your track, and it will technically not do anything to you. But on every other major streaming service, you have loudness penalties, and and it'll punish you. It'll turn your track down when you do stuff like this. So first off, there's that, and that's a thing that I tell people to try to get them off, because we don't want our tracks to be softer. But then also there's just the fact that it does sounds better if you have inner sample dynamic range. I will die on this hill. I will tell every single EDM thing that it does sound better. Like once you get past the initial like it's louder thing, because it's very competitive of who can go boom boom the loudest. Like absolutely. But once you get past it, sounds better to have some inner sample dynamic range. Don't have to have soft sections in your songs or like anything. It doesn't have to be an orchestra. It just has to be that like your kick can't be literally pinned to the ceiling and just going whap 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 at full volume literally its entire life. Doesn't actually sound good. It sounds exciting the first time that you hear it, and then it quickly goes into like ear fatigue. But like if you're just trying to make cocaine hipsters dance for 12 hours, like, sure, I guess that's not what we're going for. But if we're just trying to make audio, like, uh, it's a thing. So, and then the classic example that once again we could just make, clip it, we could make a command for it. But like in Bob Katz's like mastering guidebook, which is like the holy grail of like information. The example that I think is very, very good about like why um, uh, sadness, death, and despair. Good to see you. The really, really beautiful example that's given that I think is really solid is the difference between an explosion and a jackhammer. And within mastering the art of sound, I think is exactly what it's called, but it's the Bobcat's mastering book. It's kind of a thought experiment is set up. You're walking on the street, and there are two sounds that are going to happen. There's a jackhammer and an explosion. The jackhammer is going to be at the peak volume of 120 dB, so like very, very loud. The explosion is going to reach a peak value of 110. So the jackhammer hits a louder point. The explosion, its peak is lower. If you're walking down the street, the sound that is going to have a more dramatic impact on your life is the explosion, not the jackhammer. Even though the jackhammer is louder, the explosion comes from nowhere and it hits a pretty respectable peak volume, and it goes like, whoa, that explosion. Holy crap. It exploded from nowhere. And then a jackhammer is louder, but it moves from 120 dB at the top of its peak value, and it goes down to like 119 dB. And as you walk by the jackhammer, you're just like, you can kind of start to tune it out because the ear, the brain, the human mind craves contrast. If it's just pinned up against its ceiling, it doesn't contrast within itself, and it's easier to tune out, and it just becomes something that is noise. So a track that is pinned is like a jackhammer. It doesn't come from anywhere, like from kick to kick. We don't have that impact. And it's a moment by moment, second by second thing. And when we can just not squeeze the life out of a track, it can still be incredibly loud. Like very, very, very loud. But by leaving that little bit of room for something to happen, every single time that kick comes on, it's gonna feel like it means something. So like artistically, make it mean something. And then once again, technical level, like, okay, so you're playing EDM and uh, you know, the front of house crew knows that you have to look for tracks that are pinned in many, many situations because of the raising of average volume and how that will absolutely blow your stuff especially if you're in the middle of a very, very, very long show, as EDM shows generally are. Occasionally they are days. So you have the loudness penalty on major streaming, you have the art of it, and then you also have, in many live situations, you have a loudness penalty that's enforced by the sound engineer that will bring your track down at its from its maximum peak volume, and that they will do like a sneaky board punish. So like where this doesn't matter is like if you're literally super famous, which I think is also just like a uh it's kind of a social problem within the EDM thing. There's not a lot of there isn't like a working class spirit amongst it. Now there, and the thing is that there is like an art world of electronic music that they tour and they support each other, and they absolutely aren't pinning their levels like this. But there's also like we're in the champagne room, pew 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 pew, pop pop pop, money 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 money. I'm famous. I wore this hat and now I'm famous. Okay? And for them, it doesn't really matter because whatever sound festival, whatever, they have lots of insurance and they have a dedicated team of people that'll fix the speakers, and they can blow the speakers. They can pin it. They can go and play a track that's DR2 and like break stuff. But this trickles down into kind of like a toxic culture that like on like a city to city, and this is absolutely a thing, like you have like your local electronic music scene and you're going to be playing at like maybe a 300 cap club, or the working economy, the local economy of the music scene just absolutely will not, like, these clubs are operating on like a 5% margin of their budget. They will not risk the subwoofer that they have for the club that needs to operate 5 nights a week for forever and basically not break ever. And if you're the sound engineer that breaks it, everyone will be mad at you. So in those situations, which are the situations that most people are in, then yeah, you gotta not blow up your track. Yeah, and then like loudness, like in a super pro like audio file, like absolutely, it's all about frequency spectrum. Loudness lives in the mid range. Like, if, like once again, if we're not taking, yeah, that granola is just in there. Um, First off, if we are, I see you. Cool. Happy to take a listen, Beta. Yeah, so the human ear is most sensitive to mid range information. So when you have detailed information in the mid range, the track appears to be louder. And also, speakers will act more efficiency upon that information. Jack Sausage. Yeah. And you know what? It's great if it has the same issues. Consistency and mixing consistency is like absolutely uh uh it's a great thing to achieve. So I would be thrilled if it has the same issues. If it has different issues, then it's like, ooh, we got to figure some other stuff out.
Please, 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 hand me the sausage, 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 please, please, hand me the sausage, 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 please, please, hand me the sausage, 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 please, please, hand me the sausage, 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 please, please, hand me the sausage, 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 please, please, hand me the sausage, 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 please. Can't catch up. Hey, can't catch up.
solid groove. It's a bop. It's cool. Hand me the sausage. Good sample. Like everything here is cool. It's the same. Uh we have like some unnecessary stuff that's hanging out below 20. Uh Overemphasis on the low end, scooped out of the middle, and then hyped up top. So I mean basically, you know, don't clip, and then I mean, if you just like took the highs and the lows, it's kind of like it kind of feels like it's like super smiley faced, and it would be like six of one, half dozen of the other. Bring back the top and the bottom by like 3 or 4 dB, or just bring the mids up 3 or 4 dB. And then it would be like a nice balanced, like detailed track. But yeah, you would also have to like pull that clipping back and then back off a couple of clicks on loudness after that point. But then it would definitely feel louder if it was also more defined in the mid range. But again, consistent. So like that's what's up. Yep. Loudness is in the mid range. Absolutely. Yeah. And if you're submitting it to like every platform, you're gonna have to get rid of those clips. It's you're getting true peaks above 3, like at around 3 dB, and the robots on platforms, they're just gonna see that as a 3 dB over, and cut it down. So like true peak limiting. Okay, so there are, when you're mixing and if you're using a limiter, if it's not a true peak limiter, on like your transients, like the very, very beginnings of them, they can go over 0 dB pretty easily. Um, it is rarely audible. Like on this track, it doesn't really sound messed up and distorted, but we've got true peaks at 3 dB, and they're happening at like the onset of transients, and they happen super fast, and they happen like basically non-audibly. It's non-audible clipping. So it's not a sonic problem, though arguably it would be cleaner if it was dialed back. But it will be I mean, like, yeah, don't clip is the rule. Um, but also in the case of like an algorithm taking a look at that, they're gonna look at your true peaks and then just um, they will turn it down to -1 true peak. So grab a true peak limiter, and also even a true peak limiter. If you're pushing it too hard, it could clip a little bit. So watch out for it. Um, and okay, so and then this is where I'm controversial, y'all. Like, this is where I don't play it safe. This is where I don't play by the rules. So like streaming guidelines, they call for true peaks -1. Back in the day of like CDs and stuff, the standard was -0.1, and in many cases, people are still doing -0.1. uh, true peak value. Since I am looking for maintaining dynamic range on everything, if my ceiling gets dropped to -1, I'm losing almost a full dB of um uh I'm gonna lose like a full dB of dynamic range, which is more important to me. And the thing is, so the downsides of -0.1 versus -1. Um, Spotify will turn down the nominal volume of your track by zero point 0.9. Sure, fine, whatever. I've still maintained dynamic range, and it's just going to be sitting at the same peak value of other tracks on the platform. And what you really don't want to do is upload something to Spotify that is too soft. When it is too quiet, Spotify employs a compression and limiting algorithm that is weird and it'll mess your track up. If it's too hot, they just go click down like on a volume knob, and it's nominal. It's not a big deal as long as your track has a nice balanced frequency, perceivable loudness, and it maintains dynamic range. It'll sound great. It'll sound full, and it'll sound like it is just always good. And then -1 when we downsample through AAC codecs to like MP3, then you do lose headroom, like 0.5 dB. But if your mix is good, then that like little bit of clipping is once again in that imperceivable transient world. Like on this track right here, it's 4 dB over, but it doesn't sound like it's crunching into like the crunch factory because it's inner sample peaking. So I hit it a little bit louder because I want that maximum dynamic range. And by the book, -1 is the by the book setting. Now, that said, sometime if it's like a jazz record or a like a folk or like something classy, then I might drop the ceiling to -1 because it's not going to be like on like a snare hit that it does a little bit of inner sample clipping. It would be on like the middle of a vocal. So this is like kind of like specifically for very, very loud music, basically. Ah, Mason came through with the crucial clip. Yeah, happy to provide crucial information. Mason, you just sitting here clipping the channel? No, I was just checking the clips. You checked my jackhammer analogy. Analogy. No, you got the jackhammer thing. You absolutely did it. You got a solid chunk of it. Mason's willingness to clip this channel is the reason that there are people watching this stream right now. Dang. How's it going? Yeah, Mason, absolutely anytime, I'm pretty free. Nice. The bottom of the music scrape is pretty solid. Yeah, I'm like sometimes I'm like right in the middle. Drums and vocals. I mean, that can work. Yeah, Mason, I would say like let's schedule some time. And I mean, my basic instinct is if you've been mixing it for a week, you're probably lost in the sauce a little bit. That's my immediate. I kind of got to go Yoda rather than technical on you. You're probably just spending too much time with it. I don't. It's kind of like I'll check like reverbs on headphones, but I don't mix on headphones, and that's kind of like the old school. I'm kind of old way of going about it. But if you're stuck in headphone land, the I would just do the new Slate, the VSXs. Monitors, yeah, if I was to just if you're looking for best bang for your buck, I would go with the Yamaha HS series. You could get away if you're in a small room. Like a sub and the HS5s will be good. Okay, so we're in random plugin land. If you just print the stems, and also this would save us like me needing to look through like media slash history slash history slash history slash history again. Just bounce the stems, and then I can pull it up in my own template. I won't be able to like show you how to move the plugins that you've done, but I could kind of just still like go through it track by track and maybe remix it a little bit and show you how to yeah, tell you what. Yeah, with the plugins printed. Let's do this. Let's do this next one. I'll do it like exactly. Yeah, anytime. Happy to. And what is motor bottle? Cool to see ya. Let's do it exactly how I do client transfers. So print me the stems with their plugins, and then print me the stems dry, and send both of those. Cool. Yeah, whenever you've got it, Mason, and yeah, just hit me up absolutely whenever, and we'll schedule a time. Focus on your mix. Or maybe some audio, like maybe just some audio, some general audio vibes have floated into your mix through the stream. Maybe you've got some good stuff happening there. Um, yeah, VSX is nuts. Uh, print the just print buses. Don't print individual tracks. Let's just do that. That'll be a little bit easier for me to manage, and I know your sessions sometimes have a lot going on. I'll probably be able to just get a better idea of what's happening there. Uh, give me them buses. No worries. Hey, yeah, it's all good. Stop by absolutely like anytime. We're here every night. Starts at 6 p.m. Eastern, and then just kind of goes out. But it was super awesome to meet you, and I loved your track. Mm, mm. Cool. So I just got um revisions for a master I just did. Only two. Kind of like basically knocked it out of the park on the first try, y'all. So I just have to tighten up two things. So let's do. I should probably like do my job. So let's do a raid, and I'll be back tomorrow at 6, and the day after that, and the day after that. Let's get some Guinnesses in chat and find something cool. I'm gonna plumb around the music section and try to find something fun. Go like right in the middle. Mm, who is cool?
like a structure as such. I just let it flow into what it was.
Okay, Irish musician. Gotta go. I love Irish singing voices, so let's check this out. All right, peace, y'all. See you hopefully soon.
Atonuv, thank you for the raid. I hope I've said your name correctly. How was your stream? I am just about to do an original song. If you want to add one in for your raid, for your raid. How was your stream, by the way? And what do you stream? Let us know something about yourselves. I am Leah. I sing and play guitar, and I am in Northern Ireland. I don't know why I said it like that, but Ty, the sound guy, how are you doing? Looking forward to the tunes, no problem. Oh, cool. Very interesting. Cool. We happen to have someone who does that in chat, the one and only Dean DiCioso. Hopefully you like my mix, he did mine. Of course you do. I'm just going to quickly tune because the last thing you want to hear is a slightly off guitar. This is a demo, by the way, I'm about to do of my own. Yes, SM7. Are you, Mike? I didn't know that. Like I said, this is literally a demo. It's just something I wrote, and it came out, and I left it as it was. So if you want to hear the like literal first ever take of this, it's on my SoundCloud. I know who uses SoundCloud. I use SoundCloud still. Oh. Oh, Amsterdam, it won't be the same without you. What a shame. And New York is the next trip I'll take, where I'll try not to think about you. 'Cause even though the time will pass, I won't forget that you made me who I am. Even though we had to land on another path, I know this one will last. 'Cause I had to go on my own, and I wouldn't know if you didn't go. Oh, Amsterdam, you meant everything to me. It's the same. And New York, New York, you made us both so happy. But I see you with another, I see you with your mother, and life is so much better than when we were together. I see you with your brother, yeah, I see you with the others. You're happier now, and so am I. Oh, Amsterdam, it won't be the same without you. And New York, you meant everything to me. 'Cause even though the time will pass, I won't forget that you made me who I am. Even though we had to land on another path, this one will last. 'Cause I had to grow on my own. Yeah, I didn't know. Oh, Amsterdam, it won't be the same without you, without you, without you, without you. Oh, Amsterdam. Okay, so like I said, that was just a demo song I wrote, and